for World Boxing, your courage for joining us, and I look forward to a long relationship, fruitful, with putting the boxers at the front of this sport and ensuring that we have an Olympic future. I look forward, today is a day of work, and I look forward that we can progress to a successful conclusion later today. I would like to introduce the interim executive board that have been working for the last year. The executive board was not elected, it's an appointed body, and will finish their duties today when we democratically and openly elect the new executive board that will take World Boxing forward. So we have Diana Glidis, Marketa Handlova, Stephen Hartley, Matt Holt, Tyson Lee, Karen Matson, who's behind Karen? Michael Muller, Karen Pixon, and Boris van der Vost. I think they should be given a round of applause for the work they've done for the last year. Now, because they were appointed and not elected, and some of them are candidates, they will not be speaking today, okay? But that's just to make it transparent for everybody and equal for everybody. So we have two people not here that are part of the executive board, and they are boxers, they are athletes. Unfortunately, both of them are actually in training for professional bouts, Richard Torres Jr. and also Lauren Price. And we have a video to show of Lauren Price welcoming everybody. Could you please play the video?
Lauren Price here, Olympic champion and World Boxing athlete representative. I'm sorry I can't join you in Frankfurt at the Congress as I'm preparing for a fight. Despite not being there, I'd just like to say a big thank you for all your hard work you're doing at World Boxing to ensure that boxing stays in the Olympics. Competing at the Olympic Games and winning an Olympic gold medal was a dream of mine from 8 years of age. It was the highlight of my career, and I would hate to see this opportunity taken away from others. It is vital that boxing stays in the Olympics. World Boxing is doing its utmost for it to be successful to stay in the Olympics. In my role as athlete representative, I look forward to meeting you soon. In the meantime, have a successful Congress, and thank you for everything you're doing for World Boxing.
We are here today in Frankfurt because of the generosity of the German Boxing Association, but also the German authorities. And I would like to hand the floor for the next 10-15 minutes to those authorities to give welcome speeches. So if I could, first of all, have Professor Jans Hadler up here to make the first speech. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Simon. As I want to try to make it short, of course, because you have a lot to do today, and that's why I will not take too much time of you. Warmly welcome from my side, from the German Boxing Federation. We are proud to make this event these days here. I think it's really a milestone, but only a milestone on a long way, but I think you know this all. But it's an essential point in this way, and I think it's a need to do this. I think all of you, or a lot of you, or some of you are not so happy. We have to do it, yes. It's not the best solution, but it's a necessary solution we have to do. And I think it's the beginning of a long way to keep boxing in the Olympic family. We have a long history of some thousand years of this. Maybe they are not so sure, the historians, but maybe 5,000 years, something like this. Sure, for 3,000-4,000 years, and I think we should keep it to the future, because we are in Germany, we have 80,000 members in the German Boxing Federation. We have 8,000 boxing people that really fight in tournaments. And for all these people, from the small with 5 years up to 20, 25 years, it's a highest goal to take participate one time in their life in the Olympic Games, and we have to make the way for them to do this. And all what we do, or what we together should doing for world boxing, should every day and every hour we should ask, is it for boxing? And that's the only thing. It's not for us, it's not for the positions, it's not for the organization. We need all this. But in the end of the day, we have to ask every day we do the right for the boxing people from the 5th year, 6th year, 10 years until 30 years and older. I think we will do it, and we are on a good way. And from the German Federation side, we try in the past, and we will do the same in the future, to give all our support to world boxing. We did it in the past, in the history. We are here in Frankfurt. We are proud that we have the possibility to do this, and my warmly thank is of course, to the German government, to the Interior Ministry, to the region government, and of course to the city of Frankfurt. They all support us to prepare this event and give us a location, support us with money, and so on and so on. And I think it's a warm thing to you, especially here in the first row, and I think we should do a short applause to them. Thank you so much. And nevertheless, thank you to all. You take a long way to be here today to change a lot in the boxing. Thank you for all your efforts from the past, especially this people that work very hard in the last month or longer for this issue. And how to say, it's not the end of the way, it's only a milestone. It's a really point of a beginning of a long, long way, and I'm, very confident that will be a good way. I'm proud that you all here today, and I wish you and us a very, very good founding Congress of World Boxing. All the best, and let us all do for boxing every day. Thank you so much.
So I'd like to bring up the next speaker, which is Mr. Jensu Munker, please.
Well, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives of boxing federations from around the world. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today to welcome you to the inaugural Congress of World Boxing. I also send you the best regards from the Prime Minister of Hessen, Boris Rhein, and the Minister of Sport, Mr. Peter Beuth, both of whom I have the honor to represent today. The aim of this Congress is to build a democratic federation that will pave the way for boxing to remain a part of Olympic legacy. Boxing has a rich history with a legacy that spans centuries. It's one of the oldest sports we know. It has transcended boundaries and languages, bringing people together in the spirit of competition, discipline, sportsmanship, and respect. Your members represent every continent where Olympic-style boxing takes place and includes many nations with a proud and distinguished history in this sport. I'm very pleased that everyone here is clearly committed to creating a better future, a democratic future for boxing, based upon the principles of integrity, honesty, and excellence, and ensuring that the sport remains at the heart of the Olympic movement. And therefore, Frankfurt here in Germany is exactly the right place. Here, where democratic values have been implemented, the very basis of the democratic society in Germany was established not far from here in the Paulskirche. There, the first freely elected parliament for all German states first met in May 1848. We have a direct line from this to this democratic issue today. Also, the major German sports associations like the German Olympic Sports Confederation, the German Football Association, German Gymnastics Federation, and much more have their home here in Frankfurt. The German Boxing Federation is also home here in Hessen, in the city of Kassel. So that is why you have chosen exactly the right place for your congress. I have one wish for the future of world boxing. Focus upon your great athletes. Focus upon their needs, because not only are they a global testament for the sport, they are also great ambassadors of the power of boxing at grassroots level in schools and in clubs on a daily basis. Boxing has the potential to be an integral part of bringing together the world's young kids and athletes, not least because they learn core values like discipline and perhaps more importantly, respect through your sport alone. Thank you for being part of this historic movement, and I look forward to the productive discussions and the shared commitments towards building a democratic federation that will lead boxing to new heights in the Olympic arena. It is for this reason that not only the German government, but also the federal state of Hessen and the city of Frankfurt have decided to support this congress. And there I would like to hand over the document to the president of the German Boxing Federation. So all the best for today, and a very good decisions that you made. Thank you very much.
Much taller than myself. It's a real pleasure to hand over to an old colleague of mine. So Thomas Arnold, please could you come and give a presentation?
Thank you, Simon. Dear delegates and friends of boxing, dear guests, on behalf of the German Olympic Sports Confederation, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to Frankfurt for the founding congress of the new international boxing governing World Boxing. We are delighted to welcome you to Frankfurt, which is also the home of the German Olympic Sports Confederation, DOSB. I very much hope that you are enjoying your stay, even though November is not the most pleasant month of the year to travel to Germany. So I'm extending a special welcome to all those, having come from the south, bringing us some sun and warmth. And I also hope, of course, that the warm and welcome hospitality, which we're aiming to offer to you here in Frankfurt, will make up for the rather low temperatures. Dear boxing friends, we all know that this is a historic moment for sport. Discussions have been long and intense in the past months, and unfortunately, there's a lot of politics behind. However, what we should bear in mind, and what really counts in the end, is the athlete. It's about creating a safe and reliable framework for boxers worldwide to compete internationally and, of course, ideally on Olympic level. So I wish all of you a successful Congress with wise decisions and in a spirit of togetherness, following the Olympic motto, faster, higher, stronger, together. Thank you.
And finally, I would like to bring to the podium Ina Hawk, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed representatives of the National Boxing Associations, on behalf of the Lord Mayor of Frankfurt, Mike Joseph, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you gathered here today in Frankfurt am Main. The Lord Mayor would have loved to have been here in person and sends his regards to all of you. The reason why all of you came to Frankfurt is to attend this Congress, a Congress that holds immense significance in preserving boxing as an Olympic sport. It is an extraordinary collaborative effort on your part to secure a brighter future for boxing. Your initiative is based on integrity and fair competition on a global scale and emphasizes the importance of transparent management within new structures. Therefore, I'm delighted to see that all of you came, no matter how long the trip was, in order to attend this weekend's Congress, listen to the candidates, and ultimately elect an executive board for the new World Boxing Association. Frankfurt am Main's geographical location has always been a compelling factor of choosing it as a venue for meetings of international importance. Additionally, it may also serve as a good omen that you are meeting here. And yes, Jens Uwe already mentioned it, Frankfurt's St. Paul's Church, also known as the Paulskirche, has been a symbol of the first German democratic movement since 1848. We can even consider it the birthplace of German democracy. During that time, the 384 members of parliament set out to create a united nation and design a constitution that the powerful had to adhere to. It was a bold and ambitious endeavor, but one that ultimately succeeded. I encourage you to take the opportunity during your stay to personally visit the Paulskirche, which is open to visitors and really located nearby. Let me please express my gratitude for your dedication and passion for boxing and your effort to initiate a fresh start. To the candidates, I wish you success in your campaign. Once again, it is an honor for us to welcome you, all of you, to Frankfurt am Main. Thank you very much.
I believe there's a short video, promotional video for Frankfurt. So, yeah. We move on to the next part of the agenda. It's time for the roll call. Before we do this, I need 2 scrutineers. Is it possible Iceland and Belgium could volunteer? Can you put your hands up for me if you're here? Yeah. Would you mind being a scrutineer? Is that okay? Great, okay. So you just, when we do a vote, if you just go and stand with Karen at the back and make sure that basically everything is transparent and that everything is logical, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so Karen, when you're ready, you can show the screen, and everybody, if you could use your machine to press the button to say that you are here. It's now open to do. Well done, everybody. Okay, so thank you for that. All 26 national federations are present, and yeah, I'm really happy that everybody is able to manage the voting machine quite comfortably. Thank you. Okay, under the statutes, I have to ask if anybody has any problem or any issues with the agenda. So if anybody has any problems or anything to clarify? No, thank you very much. Okay, why are we here? We have a video to show you which basically explains why world boxing has been created. I think it's a better explanation than myself talking, so we will play the video, and this is the reason why we're world boxing.
Boxing is one of the oldest Olympic sports and has been part of every Olympic Games since 1908. It has provided some of the most iconic moments in the history of the Olympic Games and produced some of its biggest stars.
But despite the brilliant performances of the boxers, the sport has been felt by its federation for too long.
The boxing tournament that was organised for Rio 2016 was corrupt. A failure to address the causes of this means it has not been trusted to run the Olympic boxing tournaments at Tokyo 2020 or Paris 2024. Now the sport faces an existential threat.
As the International Federation's persistent failure to address concerns over sporting integrity, governance, transparency, and financial management have placed boxing's future as an Olympic sport in doubt.
Something has to be done to keep boxing at the heart of the Olympic movement.
World boxing has been established by a group of like-minded boxing leaders across the world. It will put the interests of boxers first and is committed to making sure that boxing remains at the heart of the Olympic movement.
World boxing will be based on honesty, integrity, and excellence. It will create a sustainable and inclusive global sporting structure, underpinned by strong governance and transparent financial management.
World boxing makes 5 pledges to every national federation, every boxer around the world.
World boxing will keep boxing at the heart of the Olympic movement.
World boxing will ensure the interests of boxers are put first.
World boxing will deliver sporting integrity and fair competition.
World boxing will create a competition structure designed in the best interest of the boxers.
World boxing will be built on strong governance standards and transparent financial management.
Having boxing in the Olympic Games provides inspiration and hope to every young boxer that walks through the door of a gym.
It shows them what they can achieve if they train and work hard.
It's a massive platform for the sport and a massive platform for the boxers. Without it, boxers will suffer and the sport will be damaged.
I cannot imagine the Olympic Games without boxing.
Something has to be done to keep boxing at the heart of the Olympic movement. It's time to change.
It's time for world boxing.
We need to do some legal administration now. Basically, we need to vote on the making yourselves all full members, not vote for yourself, but vote for the other 26 or 25 national federations, and also to vote in the associate member, which is Great Britain. They don't have a vote. And the last one is to approve the world statutes. All this is to fall in line with our statutes, which will now come into effect properly from this Congress. So this should be, basically, it's just a technicality, but we need you to vote formally as a Congress. So the first vote is, do you formally approve the 26 national federations as full members of World Boxing? We have 25 here. The one extra is US Virgin Islands that were not able to make it. So that's why there are 26 national federations. So please say yes, no, or abstain. The vote is now open. We're just missing one vote. Nigeria, are you okay? He's okay, okay. We're missing one vote. Is anybody having a problem with the machine? Is it? Okay, we're ready. Well done. Thank you, everybody. Yes, so thank you very much. You are all now full members of World Boxing. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to the next vote swiftly. Do you formally approve GB Boxing as an associate member of World Boxing? They have almost the same rights as a full member. However, they are not able to vote at all on any decisions relating to World Boxing, but they can enter competitions, they can enter candidates for election and working organizational meetings, working groups, committees, commissions, etc. But they are not allowed to vote. That's the distinction. And the reason is because these territories actually cover different, they don't have the same authority as you as a national federation looking after a territory. So that is the distinction. There will be other associate members as we go through. There are different territories that we're looking at that could become associate members as well. So if you are okay, I open the vote. Please, do you formally approve GB Boxing as an associate member of World Boxing? Please vote now. Excellent. If you could, 100%. Again, thank you very much. Welcome GB Boxing as associate member to World Boxing. We move on to the most important aspect. The foundation for World Boxing is the statutes and the constitution. We have put an immense amount of work into this document. It has had a lot of legal advice. It has a lot of stakeholder and expert advice. It has a lot of input from people in this room, national federations, administrators, the executive board. It's been an amazing piece of work. It's not perfect, but it's definitely a really good foundation of where we're at, and we will develop it into 2024 Congress as well, because there's likely to be removal of certain text and additions of text as we develop and get bigger. So I'm really proud of this document, and it really does lead to the values and the principles that we've all been talking about today, and it is the foundation and the rock of what we are built on. So do you approve the World Boxing Statutes? Please say yes, no, or abstain. The vote is open now. Everybody's voted. You can please show the results. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. We are now a fully functioning federation. Thank you. I'd like to hand the floor now to, this will be a point where the executive board would make a report on their activities, but one, as they're the interim, and also the fact that a lot of them are candidates, we have changed this to be a presentation from the steering committee of what have we been doing in the last year. So if I could ask the steering committee delegates to come up here and make the presentation, please.
Next slide. We just have to tell them.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's already been said several times, but I don't think it can be said enough. as I look across this room, know the blood, sweat, and tears that have been shed and bled to get us here. It's a historical day. My name is Mike McAtee. I'm the Executive Director, CEO of USA Boxing, and I'm honored to be in this room with all of you. The other part, I really want to thank the German Boxing Federation for being great hosts, the country of Germany, which has a great tradition in boxing, but also allowing us to be here on this historical day. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to speak a little bit about the beginnings of world boxing. Then we'll also have Lee, who is our comms person, who will give more detail, and then Chris Cuglieri, and then Dimitri. But first, the one thing I'd like for everybody to do, and this is going to require movement, so please understand, I would like every delegate from every national federation to stand up, please. Okay, and the interim executive board. Look to your left, look to your right. See the people that are standing there, and without them, we're not here today. So give yourselves a big hand. A little bit more movement, sorry. I need for everybody to turn around. The people that are in the back that we have of our honored guests, their family, they're our colleagues. Without them, we're not here today. So please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Turn around. We'll be having a boxing workout here shortly. So a little bit to talk about. World boxing has had some challenges. I know that all of us have worked very hard to get here. Starting in about May of 2019, I'll never forget getting that information that the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, made the statement that our former international federation would be barred from running the Olympics. Boxing was in jeopardy. They were suspended. I don't know how many phone calls I went through, how many emails, and I'm sure you are all the same. What the heck are we going to do? So we started working. First is, how do you fix the problem or the opportunity? And it was a big opportunity. Some are bigger than others. But how can we keep boxing at the heart of the Olympic movement? And the collective was, we had to get there. We were going to do the right thing. But unfortunately, there were a lot of barriers. So we did have a Congress, and at that Congress in December of 2000, and I remember meeting many of you then, it was, do we change our former international federation? And simply there was a Band-Aid put on a gushing, bleeding wound. So we kept moving forward. Because boxing people do, we try to fix things, we try to move forward. But again, people started talking, there started to be a groundswell of how do we help our sport that we all love. Then we had an election, and I think everybody can remember or try to forget, and we need to remember the members that we lost in our own national federation and international federation regarding COVID-19. But once again, we were able to come together virtually. We had statutes. We voted, just like we did 10 minutes ago. And they were very good statutes. The problem is you have to have good people that follow the statutes. And the IOC gave us the idea and the roadmap. Fairness in the field of play, ethics with good governance, financial transparency, and cultural and leadership change. We all thought that in December 12th, 2021, that was going to be our time. We were rocking and rolling, and we were moving forward, and we were going to be able to save our sport. Unfortunately, we fell flat on our face. So, the interesting part, we have another Congress, and all of a sudden, and I want to recognize a bunch of people here and everybody. Again, this is a collective, but there were emails sent out, and all of a sudden there was a band of, I like to call us a bunch of rebels or freedom fighters. And we decided that we were going to try to change our former organization from within, by following the rules with integrity, going the electoral process. Unfortunately, an organization that has challenges with their leadership used the system that then removed several of us from being able to run. That decision was then taken to CAS, the Court of Arbitration of Sport, and was overturned that we were removed. So we thought we got a second chance. We got knocked on our rear end, we got our 8 count, we dusted ourselves up, we got up, and we were getting ready to go to Yerevan for what we believed was going to be the ethical moment of doing the right thing. Not just the right thing at the moment, but forever. Unfortunately, our organization that we were all members of failed us again. Boxing was on the brink. So what did we do? You go back to your corner, you sit on your stool, you get a little drink of water, and you get up, and it's time to start fighting again. Next slide, please. So October of 2022, the band of rebels that all had great intentions, that all felt like we could change the world, we started talking, we were communicating, we started meetings, and as we moved through 2022, we started gathering great support. Some of it were from big countries, some of it were small countries or national federations. Silently, but the silent majority was speaking. And how we ended up where we are here today is because one of our members, I learned this last night, and I'm gonna acknowledge John because I told him that I was gonna steal his analogy, which I think is wonderful. In Iceland, they say you have a drop. And if you have one drop, it doesn't do anything. But if you have 27 drops, all of a sudden you form a stream. And that stream started when USA Boxing and 10 other countries decided to say, you know what, we're sick of corruption. We're not gonna let our boxers box in an event that has known corruption. They're not going to be fairly treated, and we're done. So those drops, those 11 drops started the stream. Once that stream started, things started moving. We started having meetings. We started getting really excited. Things were moving really well. So as we were getting going, we had a form of corporation. We did all those things. And the nice part about the IOC, besides sticking with us, and I have been asked why they do it, and I will say, because the International Olympic Committee and Thomas Bach trusted the goodness of people. Without them, we would not be here today. And with that, I'd like for us all to acknowledge the International Olympic Committee and Thomas Bach. So we're moving forward. One of the biggest moments in this early stages, and then I'm going to be quiet, but I'm supposed to end on February 2023, but actually I'm going to go up to the 5th of May. Sorry. We're getting ready to go to Sheffield. I'd never been to England before. We were working late at the office, and a lot of people have heard the story, but a lot haven't. So I have a drawer, or two filing cabinet drawer in my office. I probably have not opened that drawer in 5 years. I was looking for something. 4 hours I was getting on a plane to go to Sheffield, England. I opened that drawer, and today I can't remember why. And there was a folder, and in the folder it had IBA 1946. Well, that's been here a while. So I pulled that folder out and I opened it up, and it had a handwritten note on it. It was from Colonel Don Hull, used to be the president, one of the first presidents of IBA. And it says, "I am the last surviving person to attend the original Congress to form boxing in 1946. I think USA Boxing should have it. Colonel Don Hull." I don't know why I opened that drawer. I don't know why I looked in there. But those were the official minutes from 1946 that started with 22 countries. We got 27, so give yourselves a big hand. Lee?
So Mike has talked very much about the band of rebels, as he describes it, that kind of got together to create world boxing. And at the heart of that has been the work of the steering committee, which has included Boris, Matt, Tyson, Simon, Mike, Chris, Dima, unfortunately, who can't be here. And I was brought in February of 2023, because my background, my expertise is communications and media, and I was brought in to really kind of develop a plan for the launch of world boxing, for it to go public. And the first thing we had to do really was to create a narrative, was to create a story and to establish what world boxing was, what it stood for, why it existed. And there was a context that we couldn't ignore, and the context was as it said on the previous slide, was like years of corrosive leadership from the IBA, and the fact that it had brought the sport to a point of crisis. Whereby it was quite possible that it would no longer remain in the Olympic Games. So we had to use that context, but we had to do it in a way that was positive about the new organisation. And one of the key themes of our communications and in everything we do is we very rarely talk about IBA. We might sometimes refer to the previous, or the failings of the previous of the International Federation, the international governing body, but we very much focus on the positives of world boxing. We don't squabble with IBA. I don't think I've ever responded to a comment or any provocation from IBA, and that is very much the sort of the tone of our communications and the way we go about it. And that informed the way we went about the launch, and it's informed the way we've gone about communications since then. I think another key part of the narrative was we built the idea of world boxing around 5 key pledges, and obviously you've seen the short film that we produced earlier, which contained those 5 key pledges, but they're absolutely central to what world boxing is all about. At the heart of that is remaining part of the Olympic movement, putting boxers first, delivering sporting integrity, competition structures that are designed to suit the needs and interests of boxers, and operating to the highest standards of governance. And they are the sort of the core pledges at the heart of world boxing. That was kind of the story we sculpted, but we then had to go through the process of launching the organisation, and we had to work at speed to do this. There was some concern that the more people knew about it, the news would leak out, etc. And we wanted to be in control of our story. We didn't want other people to break the news about world boxing. So we worked at speed to do that. The meeting, on the timeline there, we had the session in Sheffield that Mike has just referred to in March 2023. It was the first time a lot of us had actually ever met for the first time in person. We just knew each other as the faces on screens. And that was a really great session. We did some good work, and we set the launch day of the 13th of April 2023, which was nothing leaked out beforehand, so we kind of were in control of that. And Chris, if you just mind moving on to the next slide. This was really, we had a lot of work to do. We had to create the media materials, we had to build a website, we had to set up the social channels, we developed a promotional film, and we had to organise how to do the launch itself. And we chose to do it, as you can see there. We did a virtual launch. That actually took place that was across 4 countries. It was attended by over 40 national and international media. We did I think it was about a 45-minute press conference to announce the organisation. And you can see the outputs we got from that were extremely successful. Nearly over 1,000 pieces of coverage in the first week alone. If you look at the messaging there, you can see those are the kind of messages we wanted to get across. It's very much about the importance of remaining at the heart of the Olympic movement, integrity, strong governance. So the messages were really coming through positively. And in the analysis we had done, it estimated that it was like 99% positive or neutral. Was the coverage, and as you can see, it reached in the first week alone 2.8 billion people. So, an extremely sort of positive announcement and introduction to the world. Obviously, the IBA behaved in its usual unhinged fashion, but I think all that did was serve as a contrast to world boxing, and I always refer to as, I think, we are the grown-up in this relationship. That's tonally how I like us to come across, and I think if you only have to look at some of Haber's comments and what comes out of Kremlev, and then compare that with the tone and the thought-out nature of what IBA of what world boxing says in public, and I think the contrast speaks for itself. I'll go on to let Chris talk about how the organisation has evolved. From a comms point of view, what we've really just continued to do is to tell the story. So all the things that Chris will talk through now in terms of the progress of the organisation, there's a comms dimension to each of those things in terms of sending them to our media, putting them on the website and pushing them out through social media. So thank you, and I'll hand over to Chris.
Thank you, Lee. My name is Chris Cugliari. I work with USA Boxing on the board of the Foundation for USA Boxing, and I was actually going to share this presentation with Dimitri today, but as many of you know, Dimitri is not able to be here in person, and I just first wanted to say that Dimitri is perhaps one of the strongest representations of the heart and soul of world boxing. So we miss you. I know that you're following along, and I wish you could be up here giving this with me, but you're here with us in spirit. So anyways, so world boxing was brought to the world publicly again in April. So where did it go from here? Along the way, there are little moments of courage from various individuals and national federations that bring us ultimately here today. One of the first steps, again, following the decision not to participate in the World Championships in the men and the women, USA Boxing was the first national federation that withdrew or resigned from IBA. And the reasoning, as it was, this was not a decision made by one leader. This was a decision that had full support of the athletes, the coaches, the true grassroots stakeholders of the organization. And it was a strong stance that we will not stand for corruption. We will not stand for injustice in the field of play. And so that act of courage really propelled this organization forward. And other organizations followed suit immediately after, showed an incredible amount of courage that they would not stand for this. Moving forward, in May, one day I will never forget, the Battle of Ústí, as I call it, in the Czech Republic. So after USA Boxing had withdrawn from IBA, the tournament in the Czech Republic, in Ústí nad Labem, the Grand Prix, an incredible day. And the amount of courage shown by, in particular, the Czech Boxing Association, as well as the technical delegate for that tournament, was just incredible. I think the moment that bell rang, where an athlete from USA was competing against an athlete from another organization, was a strong statement from the boxing world that we will not be bullied, that the sovereignty of national federations making their decisions was something that needed to be protected, and it was a strong step forward in defiance, quite frankly, of injustice and corruption. Moving forward, another day that none of us will ever forget. So after in early June, the recommendation was provided to the IOC General Session that the IOC should remove the recognition of the previous International Federation, IBA. That session was held on June 22nd, and the IOC, in a vote of 69-1, did vote to uphold the recommendation and to remove the recognition of IBA. And the reason I will never forget that day is there was a Zoom call with who I will call the suspended renegades. Everyone who had the pleasure of being suspended from IBA, or many of them, joined in on a Zoom call to watch together, and some may have celebrated with a cocktail afterwards. So, moving forward, competitions, obviously one of the most critical parts of the organization, particularly with the Olympic season rolling around and Olympic qualification. The very first World Boxing Tournament was held. It was held in association with USA Boxing, which happened to be USA Boxing's very first national women's-only tournament in Toledo, Ohio. So this was held in association with World Boxing, again, cooperation and collaboration with the World Boxing Competition Committee and other aspects of that competition that made it extremely successful. Moving forward, membership drive. So we've got competitions that are starting. We've got the ball rolling. Now, provisional members that were essentially approved at this Congress. That was the next step. The very first 6 countries that were announced, so Australia, England, the Netherlands, New Zealand, USA, and then our associate member GB took that first step forward. I think as what you'll see in the statutes, et cetera, is the rigorous process that each national federation has to go through to obtain membership. Membership in this organization is a privilege. Membership in participation in the Olympic movement is a privilege, and I think that this process really establishes that. So we grew, and again, every 2-3 weeks or so, there was a new cohort of members that were announced that ultimately lead us to the 27 here today. And as we grew, and as the IOC made their statements to the general public, it became very, well, as we've known all along, and number one, it's the right thing to do, but number two, we hear from the IOC, geographic representation. And boxing is a global, universal sport, and we need to make sure that voices from all corners of the world are part of this movement moving forward. So, again, as more members join, September 2023, Asia, our friends from the National Federations of Mongolia joined as the very first step, very courageous move. So I think that deserves a round of applause in and of itself. They would eventually be joined a few weeks later by the Boxing Association of the Philippines. So let's also please give a round of applause for the Philippines. So again, as more members join, a relationship that I will cherish for the rest of my life, and somebody that we owe so much gratitude to. I had the pleasure of meeting Femi and Coach and the leaders from the Nigerian Boxing Federation. And that act of courage to stand up for what's right. And I've never met your president in person, but from everything that I hear, the leadership that he has shown is just incredible. So Nigeria stood up to the plate, and Nigeria stood up for their athletes. And they're part of the family, and we couldn't be happier. And Femi, I will honestly say that I will forever be thankful for you. I will cherish the relationship that we have, as many of us will, for the rest of my life. So please, everyone, for the Nigerian Boxing Federation. Ultimately got to a point, again, where the materials for the Congress that we are at today were distributed, and we announced the 27 members that were going to be part of this Congress today, and here we are. The last step to get us here today was, again, in the competition front, and this is again where I have to tip my hat to Dimitri, but the Cologne Cup. So again, thank you to the leaders of the Boxing Federation in Germany and all who participated in an incredibly successful event. I believe, the feedback was incredibly positive. Refereeing, judging, protection of the interests of the athletes, again, aligned with our mission entirely, and we couldn't be happier. So the Cologne Cup, very successful. And that leads us to today, the inaugural Congress. I can't wait for the next, as this timeline builds out and we can track our progress. But I just wanted to say thank you to everyone to get us here today. It's been an incredible journey and couldn't be prouder to be part of it. So thank you.
Are there any comments or questions from the audience? No. Thank you very much for that presentation. We move on to, so we just looked at how we got to here and what was the timeline and the history of world boxing. You were all thinking, well, what are you gonna do? Where are you taking us in this journey? What assurances do we have that you've got a plan here? So I'm going to spend my presentation as Secretary General to explain a little bit what's going to happen in the next year. The longer term will be a later presentation about the strategic plan, which is a bit more in depth that we will go into later this morning. But at this time, I would just like to look and concentrate on this Congress up to the Congress in November 2024. The immediate action after this Congress is to commence the work with the new executive board that will be elected this afternoon. We need to put in place some committees and quite a number of commissions. For those that don't know, commissions are put together to deal with a specific topic by the executive board to solve a solution or to a problem. The committees are actually in the statutes and actually something that we have to do as a regulation every year and every day for world boxing. So as we are developing, there will be quite a number of commissions available, and we ask you as national federations for volunteers and experts and people to be part of those commissions, right? We need you to work with us. It's really important, okay? I know you are really wanting to do it, so we want to take that help and use your expertise, okay? So in the next few months, you will get information from us asking for nominations for various commissions and committees, okay? Second part we need to do is that after all the decisions we've got here, we are transparent, or an organization, we've said that. We are going to put everything out there. So all the website, all our documentation will be updated. And basically published where everybody can see it. Everybody can see what we've been doing and what we've decided. With a new executive board, we need to provide some kind of training because we have vision and direction and values that need to be ensconced with every single person. The objective here is to actually get some proper training of the new executive and make sure that everybody is on the same page and working towards the same goal. That is the next 3 months' work with the executive board, so that everybody knows what's expected of them to be an executive board member of World Boxing. How does the executive board get appraised? Well, basically, we wrote in the statutes that there will be a strategic plan. The executive board is responsible for executing that strategic plan and being accountable to you, the members, and to you, the Congress. And we wrote it in the statutes. So there's no deviation from that. We can't hide from it. That is actually what we've committed to do. By doing that, we are measurable of our performance and what we deliver. And I think that is a complete accountability and complete transparency of how this organization should run. One important development is continental confederations, and all of you have this issue. You've all approached us and said, how are we going to do this? The first step is to set up a commission with each continent represented in that commission and some experts to build up statutes, appeals processes, competition schedules, the whole framework based on what World Boxing's doing as the international body. So we will hopefully have the international body, which is World Boxing, and then 5 different continental confederations underneath working to the same values and the same principles that we, World Boxing, are doing. Again, creating a foundation where that confederation can blossom and develop the sport in their continent. International relations, probably my expertise. We're going to end up having to defend and promote the sport of boxing. Okay, we've basically been concentrating on internal aspects, but now we have to say to the world, well, we're here and we want to promote ourselves in the international spectre of Olympic sport. The new leadership needs to have a plan and go forward to meet and be part of the international environment for sport. So yeah, meetings with the IOC, Sport Accord, Commonwealth Games Federation. Another one is the International Para-Canoe Committee, Military Games, and then ANOC, and there is many. But we can have a strategy to promote ourselves and to pass our values and our principles and show that we are a credible organization that is here for the benefit of the sport and our boxers first approach. And we need to be promoting that through the international community of sport. The main point for us is obviously IOC recognition, and the first goal is to start that provisional recognition some point early next year. That is our #1 priority, is to make sure that boxing stays in the Olympic program, and we are offering that World Boxing will lead that as the custodian for boxing. We don't own it, we're just the custodian, but we'll be a good custodian and we will make sure that it has a future in the Olympic program. To do this, there are many international sports conferences, events, meetings around the world. We have the Olympic Games in Paris next year. There are Sport Accord meetings and ANOC meetings. We need to have a presence there, and we will have a strategy with the new leadership to actually be present there. It's not one person, it's the whole executive, it's the whole organization here is to promote the sport and get those values out to show that we are a credible organization that cares about boxing and cares about our boxers. Boxers, we're here for event management. That's our core business. And I will keep saying it, it's our core business. There's nothing else. We are here for the boxers to compete. This is a list of what we are doing, and we've achieved nearly half of these already, so we're well on the way with this task. We've put bidding out there for you as a national federation if you'd like to host the Under-19s World Championships for 2024 or the Senior Elite 2025 World Championships. It's a transparent process, and if you are interested, please you can contact me, but you can also contact Dima, who is running the sports department. Okay. We already have some interest, and we are hoping that in the next month or so we'll get some more interest for this, and we will start discussing how that will work. The Sport and Competitions Committee is actually looking at the standards for the competitions. And these standards will be relative to the requirements of the sport. No exuberant costs, no flashy galas and things like that. It's really going to be put the sport at the forefront and let the boxers compete, and let's celebrate the boxing. There's a little presentation later on about the competition rules, and basically these need to be finalized so we can work next year, but basically we don't need to worry too much about this because they're based on the Olympic rules that are currently in place for Paris. Operating world boxing competitions is what we're here for, and one key thing is we are starting to discuss, and we are operating a plan for third-party impartial oversight for competitions, for world boxing competitions. We will guarantee that that will be in place for all major competitions of world boxing. It's a non-negotiable. We will do this. The last two is something that will happen in 2024, is basically launching education programs for referees and judges, and also a coaching education program. Just one point about the coaching education program. Your national federations, your grown-ups, you can look after your own coaches. If you bring a boxer and you bring your coaches, you're responsible for the coaches. World boxing is not the person responsible to say that coach is good, that coach is bad. That's your responsibility. But we will provide a coaching education program where you can be proud to say, I'm a 1-star, I'm a 2-star, I'm a 3-star coach. As your own voluntary basis, I am proud to have this level of education. But it's not World Boxing's objective to impose which coach should go and stand in the corner at a boxing match. That is your responsibility. Take it seriously, but it's not for us to determine that. It's a slight change from previous ways of working. How are we going to do all this? Well, that's my responsibility. Basically, we need to develop a headquarters. We need to have suitable professional staff and also a larger office to accommodate those staff. We have a plan. We know where we want to take this, and really just recruitment of suitable staff with the same values as we're putting out. That's what we'll be looking for. Educated, suitable staff that can actually meet the strategic plan objectives that we're doing. The one thing at the bottom is we are looking to provide for the first time for boxing a one-stop database entries, IT system and results management system that would have basically every single result and every single competition that we can actually imagine being automatically downloaded from any competitions you have, puts it into that database, creates the biographies of the boxers, creates the result management of that, and then you can use it for websites, you can use it for television broadcasts, you can use it for your media. That is a major project that we believe will enhance the sport and give much more richness to people researching about our sport. So that is a major project that we are anticipating starting early next year. We've got all this work, but how are we going to pay for it? We will continue the strict and tight financial control. We have no other way of doing this. We don't have lots of money, but we are using our money as far as we can and make it go to achieve our objectives. We will have realistic revenue goals, and Chris will talk about this during the finance part of the Congress. We're not going to sign a deal for $25 million. That's not of our interest. Our interest is of suitable sponsors that are in line with us. And having announced yesterday a great sponsorship deal with Sting for 4 years, we have a sustainable view on how we attract sponsors and suppliers and be able to have enough money to actually operate the organization properly. The Marketing and Commercial Commission has done a great job so far, and that will continue going forward. We are looking for more members, so if there are people that are interested to join that commission, please contact me. We are happy to have at least 2 or 3 more additional members. We are still in negotiation with several other companies as well, so I'm hoping in the next month or 2 we'll be able to announce further agreements. All this has been done without an actual professional sponsor deck, so we are in a good state. And one thing early next year is that we will actually create a sponsor deck that we can actually use with potential sponsors and partners. The nice news as well is that recently I've been in negotiation with 2 major broadcasting groups, not channels, but groups, and they have shown real interest to start working with World Boxing to showcase our sport. These companies would cover about 75% of the world just with the 2 companies, and we're just waiting till we finalized the locations for the next 2, the junior and the senior world championships, and then we can start discussing the implications for broadcast. But it's looking quite positive for the interest of broadcasters into world boxing. On top of that, obviously, digital content being distributed also is part of the negotiations with those companies. The objective by 2024 is that we're fully operational. Today you voted for the base and the foundation of the organization, but I'm hoping that by this time next year I will be able to give you a much richer and a much more detailed and professional organization with staff, with structure, and all these things that I'm talking about right now will be on the way or have achieved and moving on to the next stage. After this Congress, we will open the recruitment for new national federations. We have several waiting that I need to process, and this will continue into next year. And as we believe, between 50 and 60 countries being ready for the next Congress in 1 year's time. Okay, one difference from previous to what World Boxing's doing, the competition rules can only be approved by the Congress. So the competition rules will only change every 2 years if they need to change. Okay, it's not every week, not every month, there won't be changes. There is an exception that the executive board can change in an exceptional circumstance where the rule is not working. They can make an immediate emergency change. But that emergency change has to be validated by the next Congress or it's not valid. So it's your responsibility as national federations at this Congress and future Congresses that you are responsible for the competition rules that we will operate. Okay? It's not my rules, it's not the executive board rules, it's actually our rules. And I think that is really an important difference to the previous organizations. I would also say that we are trying to get in advance for hosting competitions. Obviously, starting this organization, it takes some time, but the goal is that World Championships would be announced 3 to 4 years in advance, and World Boxing competition, World Boxing Cup and World Boxing Challenger would be announced about 2 years in advance. And the whole reason for this is that the organizers can prepare better. We can get contracts with suppliers, sponsors, and broadcasters in advance, but also the boxers can prepare, and you have a longer term plan for yourselves for training and preparation and logistics. You can do it knowing that these events are planned in advance. It's going to take us a bit of transition time to get there, but we're already planning to get 24, 25 and 26 on published and on the way. This will make a big difference to how boxing operates. And finally, of course, we want to host a successful Congress in 2024. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much, everybody. So I'm going to invite Chris up to do the financial reports. There'll be a couple of votes during this presentation.
Hello again, everybody. So again, I think one of the core elements of the values of World Boxing is around financial transparency and financial integrity. And so I think there are really two elements of this presentation today. The first one being, where are we now, right? So I think many of you can recall back in April when World Boxing was brought publicly to the world, we had communicated an annual budget of around 900,000 euro. So I first want to start by reconciling, based on the activities completed to date, where are we relative to that initial proposed budget? And then perhaps more importantly, looking forward. So what does the budget look like for 2024? What are the expenses that are going to be required? And how will the capital be generated to cover those expenses? So what you'll see on the board is a P&L statement essentially through September of 2023. And the reason is September is that, again, in accordance with our statutes, this report had to be generated in early October. Now, again, back to the presentation earlier as far as how have we gotten here, just to remind everyone, the General Assembly where World Boxing was founded was in December of 2022. Now, immediately after that General Assembly, the appropriate paperwork was submitted to the relevant authorities to register World Boxing as a Swiss nonprofit entity. So once that happened, again, the effective date for registration is actually back in December of 2022. The registration was confirmed later in 2023, again, after going through the appropriate approval processes. Even though it was, again, even though that approval was essentially confirmed later on in the year, again, it backdates the effectiveness to December. And I bring that up because a bank account requires that registration to be confirmed in order to be open. So once that registration for World Boxing was confirmed around summertime of 2023, the bank account was then opened, again, going through the proper steps, a Swiss bank account, in October of 2023. And I bring this up because that means the financial activity for World Boxing from January all the way through the end of September was really supported by what I'll call value in kind, but essentially like-minded national federations stepping up to the plate, contributing to offsetting those expenses directly, as opposed to funding to a bank account and the bank account essentially funding those expenses. So we mentioned $900,000 back in April. I want to just stress that our goal was to ensure that the financial activity of World Boxing was aligned to the mission and the values of World Boxing, which is, again, strong governance, athlete-first mentality, financial transparency, etc. You can see, again, looking through end of September, we are well below that budget. We've been extremely efficient with our spend, and this has been due to a few different areas. Number one, a lot of volunteer efforts, both on the steering committee for World Boxing, as well as the competition committee, the marketing commercial commission. A lot of key stakeholders that have helped drive World Boxing forward did so on a volunteer basis. Very appreciative of that. Again, I mentioned earlier the $325,000 provided by like-minded national federations offsetting these costs. If we think about it from an expense standpoint, really, again, spending in alignment with our values. So we had an administration expense of around 182,000 euro. This is mostly in regards to wages and, again, some minor other administrative expenses to ensure that the operations of World Boxing could be supported productively. We had about 81,000 and change of travel, and this is really travel related to the steering committee and other key stakeholders for World Boxing to come together. Again, I think in building our governance, drafting our statutes, etc., a lot had to be required that required certain team members to be in person together, and that's where that travel comes from. Third-party expenses. I mentioned this earlier. Again, in support of good, strong governance, there's been legal fees associated with drafting and reviewing the statutes to ensure that they are robust, to ensure that they can uphold the strongest of challenges. We also, again, third-party oversight, so we think about the vetted, we have an election today. The candidates had to be vetted by an independent party. There's expenses associated with that as well. Again, aligned with our values of third-party oversight. And then finally, in the communications department, we're leveraging some third-party support for social media management, again, other press releases, public relations, etc., with the idea of putting the athlete first. I think a lot of strong content has been pushed out on World Boxing social media channels that highlight the athletes of our member federations, and again, really try to prioritize their needs. So if you think about the remainder of 2023, we are estimating about an additional 100,000 of expenses in terms of capital, and that is tied again to wages, and some additional third-party expenses to get us through the end of December. And then also for this Congress, estimate of about 92,000 euro, and we don't obviously know what the total of that is exactly yet, but that is the estimate, and that was essentially budgeted in. So when we add in the Congress cost plus the estimate to get us to the end of the year, you're adding 192,000 euro on top of the 326,000 that was spent essentially through the end of September. That brings us to an estimated grand total of around 517,631 euro for the year one spend in 2023. Again, extremely efficient with our spend, prioritizing substance over style, prioritizing our athletes and strong governance. Moving on to 2024. Now that we are established, now that we have this landmark Congress here today, what does it look like moving forward? We are estimating, again, a total budget now of around 862,000 rounding euro for 2024. a few different areas where we expect these funds to be generated from. Number one, as Simon alluded to, is sponsors. So we have a target of 200,000 in sponsorships that we are attacking for this year. There are, again, ongoing negotiations. There's an apparel provider, there's an IT system provider. We know that there's an equipment provider that is at the table as well. So again, 200,000 is what we are estimating for sponsorships moving forward. National Federation dues, I think that everyone is here today because we recognize the responsibility that the boxing community has to ensure that boxing remains at the heart of the Olympic movement. As such, we have membership dues. We are estimating, moving forward, again, I think we are estimating 50 national federations joining, a total of 50 national federations by the end of 2024. You can see on the slide 100,000 euro, which obviously implies a 2,000 annual dues, 2,000 euro annual dues for World Boxing members. On top of that, again, I think that while we are targeting as much third-party support as we can, the reality is that we are going to need additional support from national federations. So we have 75,000 bookmarked as additional funds that are going to be requested from national federations. We have a banding structure that those discussions are ongoing for which buckets certain federations will fall into, but that will be a dialogue, that'll be an ongoing conversation. But again, the reality is that as a startup entity, we are going to pull together to make sure that this succeeds. We have 25,000 euro bookmarked for licensing. So again, streaming, the ability to drive value with the World Boxing name and communicate it across the globe, different providers. Those discussions are ongoing as well, as Simon mentioned. What we don't know yet is host bid fees. And again, the reason being is that we're launching that process imminently for the youth championships next year. And so, again, we didn't, I guess in accordance with prudence, we wanted to make sure that we didn't bookmark too much right now. Whatever is generated from host bid fees will help offset some other sources of revenue. And lastly, loans. So we have already secured in place a loan of around 250,000 US dollars interest-free that will be paid back. Depending on our ability to exceed budget targets in other areas, we estimate that we're going to have to potentially require an additional loan at the end of the year. That would take that loan balance to around 462,000. Now, this loan, again, is strictly as a last resort if the capital means are not provided elsewhere. So we will be in discussion with national federations. We will be aggressively targeting appropriate sponsorship opportunities. And then where the needs are not yet met, we will tap into loans in order to cover that. From an expense perspective, around 338,000 euro, wages, rent, Simon mentioned, kind of moving into a more established office location, maintenance, also some apparel, and then we will have to, again, in accordance with moving forward as a more professional international federation, a more robust IT infrastructure, website, et cetera. Just shy of 49,000 euro for third-party support. And again, that is going to include the social media support, communication support, press, public relations, et cetera. Also a payroll provider for World Boxing employees, and then ultimately a Swiss auditor to help verify the financials in accordance with financial transparency. Travel of 24,000 euro, and that is really for World Boxing staff members to travel to key tournaments, the Congress next year, any critical board meetings, et cetera. So 24,000 bookmarked for that. We have around 1,100 euro for insurance purposes. From an event standpoint, we mentioned earlier the Youth World Championship as being a flagship event for 2024. Between that, the Congress, and then an in-person board of directors meeting, we are budgeting around 100,000 euro for that expense, again with the prioritization of substance over style for those events. Anti-doping, 50,000. So this is really around compliance, registration, and other activities that are going to be required to propel this organization forward in compliance with strong anti-doping regulations. And then lastly, the reality is, again, this is a startup entity. There is an unknown out there. While we are all eager to learn, while we're all eager to propel this organization forward, we understand that challenges come up along the way. And again, in accordance with prudence, we wanted to make sure that we budgeted sufficiently, and with that, we have 300,000 bookmarked as a contingency expense. As more specific costs are identified throughout 2024, that will more likely eat into that contingency. But again, I think we wanted to make sure that we put on the slide a budget that we were confident we could stand behind. We weren't going to get aggressive with it. We were not going to get We were not going to have unrealistic aspirations. So again, this 2024 budget of around 862,000 euro is what we were planning to move forward with for 2024. So thank you.
You want to ask any questions?
Do we have any questions on this?
Okay, we do need to formalize the financial report. So, Karen, could you put up the voting slide, please? Okay, so I ask that the Congress approves the 2023 financial report. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. The vote is now open. That was quick. Can you show the result, please? Thank you very much. We'll get through this quick and we have a coffee break. Okay, can we please show can we please ask for your approval for the 2024 draft budget? Yes, no, or abstain. Please open the voting and you can vote now. Thank you very much. Karen, you show the vote, please. Excellent. Thank you very much for approving the budget. Have one final vote before we go for a coffee break. We have an auditor, an independent auditor in Switzerland. They are well-renowned. In actual fact, they just won an award for being one of the best fiduciaries or accountants in Switzerland just last week. So they're really renowned. They also do 5 or 6 other international federations as auditors. They've provided us some really good advice and some help in building world boxing. But I ask that we have to do this. So we ask the Congress that you approve that we continue for the next year with FIDIREV as our auditor. So do you approve FIDIREV of Switzerland as the world boxing auditors? Yes, no, or abstain. Your vote is open. Thank you very much. Karen, show the vote. Great. Thank you, guys. That went very smoothly. Thank you. Okay, it's 5 to 11. We have a couple more presentations after the break, and then we're going to have the presentations from the presidential candidates and the vice president candidates. They will then break for lunch, and we will go straight into the elections thereafter, okay? So we have a very clean break. So you have 20 minutes to have a coffee and have a rest. Thank you very much, everybody. Dear delegates, please take your seats. We would like to commence the Congress so we can get to lunch at the right time. So please return to your seats, bring your coffees, bring your drinks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Dima Geistruck isn't here today due to the not being able to leave the country of Ukraine, but he did actually make his presentation on video for explaining the competition rules. So I think it's appropriate that I put this presentation on the screen. If you have any questions, I will be able to answer them afterwards. So I think I'll just hand over to Dima at this point.
Dear Interim Executive Board, dear Secretary General, dear World Boxing members, delegates, and guests of this historic Congress. I would have loved to share this moment with you in Frankfurt. Nevertheless, it is a pleasure for me to present to you the recently drafted competition rules. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the incredible work of the Interim Sports and Competition Committee that was set up by the board with a mission to provide recommendations regarding all sports matters, starting with the drafting of the competition rule. The committee, chaired by an experienced and respected technical official, Anna Laukanen from Finland, consists of 12 members, including Patrick Vaida as the deputy chair from France, president of the International Federation for Sports Officials and IOC Entourage Commission member, Jeremy Besson from the Netherlands, Lars Broville from Denmark, Amanda Colson from England, Jennifer Huggins from Canada, Pavel Hinek from Czech Republic, Matt Johnson from USA, Susanne Karlander from Sweden, Sean Rees from USA, Martin Folke from Germany, and Keith Walker from New Zealand as interim board representative on this committee. Just in the first 2 months since the formation in late June, the committee has held 6 formal meetings and dozens of working group meetings to develop the competition rule. Certification processes as well for technical officials, bidding guidelines, as well as the competition structure, formats, and the World Boxing calendar that you have all seen. I sincerely thank each committee member for the dedication to the mission of World Boxing, and I hope that they all keep contributing to the development of the organization after this Congress. You have all received the draft of the competition rules, and these rules are closely based on the regulations of the Paris 2024 boxing unit that is currently in use at the Olympic qualification tournaments. Of course, we expanded them to cover all age categories and various types of competitions under the umbrella of World Boxing. We believe that it is essentially a robust frame that will sustain the gradual evolution of these rules and the gradual evolution of World Boxing. We're working to ensure that the rules are actually enforceable and it is clear which processes apply to which level of boxing competition. You may have also noticed provisions defining structure for competition entry for better planning of all parties involved. But at the same time, we mandated timely circulation of information about the competitions to the national federations and consequently to the coaches and the boxers. Even though the committee was eager to recommend more initial changes and clarifications in the rules, it is important to note that they cannot be implemented until the end of the current Olympic cycle. We must be consistent, considerate, and any changes need to be well coordinated and gradual. In fact, the Statutes of World Boxing specifically provision that it is the responsibility of the Congress to amend the constitution rules to avoid the frantic changes experienced by the boxers, coaches, and national federations in the past. Only urgently required changes can be made by the board and also to be confirmed by the next Congress. We're in the formation stage, and I have to point out that the rules presented to you will require several minor amendments to be confirmed by the board prior to the start of the first World Boxing Cup stage in 2024. This will be done with the input from you, from national federations, and it provides you and your national technical committees with additional time to contribute to the finalization of these rules. We will reach out to you after this Congress to provide additional information. Dear members, I would like to send you all my best regards from Kyiv, Ukraine, and wish you all to have a productive rest of this Congress. I thank you very much and hand over back to Simon, hoping to see you all very soon.
I would just like to say for Dima, I've been working with him for over a year, and he's been under extreme stress with air raids, lack of electricity, going to a petrol station to actually do video calls with us. He's been an amazing addition to world boxing and a great supporter of us, but he's been working for the last year under immense strain with the situation in Ukraine. And basically, I want to say thank you to him for the hard work he's done to get a really good document together for the Competition Commission. Well done, Dima. So there are two things here that I would just like to clarify with you. One, please, national federations, send this to your coaches and your administrators, have a look at it in detail. We want your field feedback. We want that information. We want to know if we've got holes. We want to know if there's things we can improve. If there's a mistake in there, we need to adjust. So please send that. You have to probably about the 15th of December to do that. So please, you have a couple of weeks. Please come back with any feedback on the competition rules. So bearing that in mind, because we're a little late and this should have gone to the Congress as a complete document, I am asking this Congress to give the power of approval for the competition rules for next year to the new executive board, which will be elected this afternoon, so that we can finalise the rules by the end of the year and publish them for you. And these will be the ones that we will use for the competition throughout 2024, with any adjustments thereafter to be approved in the Congress in 2024, which will mean that addition at the end of 2024 will be valid until 2026. Okay? Is that clear for everybody? Thank you. Everyone's nodding. Thank you very much. So, Karen, can we go to the vote, please, on this one? So you are not voting for the. Be specific. Do you approve that the executive board will determine the world boxing rules for 2024? This is giving authority from the Congress to the executive board in this instance. Please say yes, no, or abstain. The voting is now open. Great. Karen, you can show the result. Superb. Thank you for your trust, and I hope the executive board will work on this and we will be able to publish and distribute it to you in the near future. Thank you very much. The next topic on the agenda is basically an explanation of the strategic plan. As I said before, we have a short-term plan for 1 year, but this is really where is world boxing going? What is our direction, and how are we going to keep boxing in the Olympic program? I passed this document to all of you. You've all got it. It's also online as well on our website. I welcome input from you. It's your document. It's how we progress as a group together. So I will, again, under the same deadline, December the 15th, any comments, anything that you think might be useful, please let me know. I've already had this yesterday, 2 very useful comments coming from various people, and they will be added into the document as well. So if there's anything in that document you would like to address with me, please come and see me. And if you want to put it in writing before the 15th of December. We will condense this and make it a more formal and more photographic document for public release by the end of the year. And we will distribute that to major stakeholders, external stakeholders, and to all national federations. The complete document, the working document, will be the document that we are held accountable for going forward. The good thing about the strategic plan is it means that we have measurable goals, and basically the executive board every quarter can assess where we are on that development plan. And I think this holds us again to accountability of what we are doing and how we are performing. every Congress we have, you have the input into that strategic plan, and it's you to decide if we're performing well enough or we're taking the right direction. It is in the statutes. This is not something maybe we're going to do this. This is actually an agenda point on the statutes. We are holding ourselves accountable for the strategic plan and the direction of our organisation. In the strategic plan, these are our commitments. Keep boxing at the heart of the Olympic movement. Ensure that the interests of the boxers are primary. Deliver sporting integrity in the fair competitions, that's a non-negotiable. Create a competition structure which is suitable for all you as national federations, but for the boxers as well, so we have a pathway of development. And obviously what this is based on is strong governance practice and transparent financial management, which we've alluded to through Chris and various earlier conversations. Those are our commitments. They're not deviating, and they're in the strategic plan, and they're quite clear. Now, the strategic plan, this is the working part of it. There's 5 major strategic objectives in that plan. Establish World Boxing as a recognised, credible organisation. Commit and implement best practice governance. We must hold and we must operate world-class competitions for boxers. To do that, we also should be having a worldwide media exposure of those events. And finally, done on a financial stability model and a sustainable model over a long period of time. Those 5 strategic objectives are then broken down to have a strategy for delivering those strategic goals. Underneath that strategy is the operational tasks that are required to actually building blocks to get that a strategic objective. There is, if I remember rightly, more than 60 objective tasks in the strategic plan that we have committed to between now and 2028. All those is our roadmap to keeping boxing in the Olympic program, but also making sure World Boxing is a reputable international federation. So we can say this, but how are we going to evaluate and show it? So in that strategic plan is an established performance criteria for the executive board, for the headquarters, for the external stakeholders involved, for partners. And this is all measurable. It is all there, and we can actually account for what is happening on the strategic plan. The strategic plan will be discussed at every executive board meeting and will be discussed at the Congress. It's a quantifiable result assessment process. We are really saying that the board has to do their job, or else the Congress will get rid of them and get a new board. What do we need from you right now? So, need you to read it, need you to digest it. Any comments or input, please get to me before the 15th of December. And I would like you in principle to agree the strategic plan today, and in the hope that we can publish it by the end of the year. Are there any questions on the strategic plan? No? Thank you very much. So could we please have a vote for the approval of the strategic plan? Do you approve the World Boxing Strategic Plan in principle? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. The vote is now open. Thank you very much, and we will now continue the work of the strategic plan, and thank you very much that this will be published at the end of the year. Okay, that rounds off kind of the presentation part of the Congress. We now go to the candidates' presentations for the elections. Everybody that is in the president and vice president position is allowed a 5-minute presentation. Strictly controlled, so 5 minutes is the maximum that they can use. We will do it in alphabetical order in the position of the papers that were published on the website. Okay. executive board members and chairs of committees that were candidates. The information, CVs and information was put on the website. They will not be presenting as per the statutes, but all the information for those candidates is available and has been transmitted to you all as well. So is there any questions before we start on the presentations? Okay. There is no time limit for, after each presentation, you're allowed to ask questions of the delegate, the candidate. There is no time restraint on those questions or answers, okay? So we'll start with the presidential election. So please, Elise, if you wouldn't mind being the first presenter, please. It is, isn't it? Do you have the clicker? Yeah. Forward, backwards. Okay. You can move the height of the microphone.
The microphone. All right. Good morning, everybody. Mesdames, Messieurs, Señores, Señoras, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, dear friends. It is an honor to stand as a candidate for the presidency of World Boxing. I would like to thank all of you for your courage and leadership. If it was not for you, I would not have the opportunity to stand here today. And the clicker is not working. Here you go. My boxing journey began 12 years ago. After I lost my father to cancer, I decided to honor his memory by entering the New York Golden Gloves. I reached the semifinals, but more importantly, I found my passion and purpose and the strength to overcome adversity. It changed my life. This is the power of boxing. It inspires millions every day, and it transforms lives. We are united by a shared love of boxing, but we also recognize that we are at a crossroads today. Together, we face a unique opportunity to secure our sport's future. It is not about the individuals, but rather the teams to achieve the roadmap that would allow us the privilege to be part again of the Olympic movement. The practice of a sport is a human right, and our choices today will reflect on generations to come. My vision, I believe, is your vision. It is a vision of community, unity, and growth. A dedication to every single member of the boxing family, guided by a leadership that listens, engages, and empowers. I am committed to uniting and guiding our sport to regain the privilege of being a member of the Olympic movement forever. To achieve this, I have identified 4 strategic corners with tangible initiative. 1, boxers must be at the heart of world boxing. Their voices should be heard and acted upon at the highest levels. We also need to support our coaches and officials. 2, it is imperative that we strive for good governance, ethics, financial stability, and transparency. 3, ensuring a fair field of play is critical, so all boxers can have faith when they step in the ring, and all fans equally can have faith of what they're watching. 4th, national federation must be empowered. World boxing needs to be a servant leader supporting you as you strive to develop boxing across the globe. Together, we can deliver real progress in each of these 4 strategic areas. No president can lead on their own. World boxing strength lies within all of you. You have paved the way, I have listened. I agree, Jerome, it is a crucial time for our sport. And yes, Stephen, Olympic boxing is huge for everybody. Matt, you rightly highlighted that our sport needs new leadership and representation across all continents. I am humbled by Marco's unwavering support that we represent the future of Olympic-style boxing through our commitment to cultural leadership change that the IOC's roadmap calls for. Unity, as Susan stressed, is vital. Stability, as emphasized by Karina, is crucial too. Jens and Colin, I heard you when you stressed the need for world boxing to be managed like a business. Having over 20 years of business and financial experience, I know that good governance and third-party oversight are non-negotiable. I commit to bringing in immediate new financial resources through my expertise in sponsorship and revenue generation. As you noted, Philip and Ryan, better and more frequent communication is essential in building trust and cooperation. Marco, we will spread boxing values while respecting national federation sovereignty, as Lars rightly noted. I'm going to speed up. In the immediate future, we need to deliver a strong competition calendar, as you highlighted, Ismail, with opportunity for the development for both junior and youth boxer. Femi and Remy, absolutely. Raising boxing awareness globally is key. And yes, Thomas, development program for our national federation stakeholders must be the foundation of our growth. Reaching our collective goals will require everyone's contribution. And as outlined by Hernan, we also need stakeholders with institutional knowledge. Ricky, as you said, listening is an inclusive process, and we are on this journey together to make a difference. I have no doubt that together we will make a difference. With your support, we can lead world boxing towards a bright future where the sport thrives, boxers are treated with respect, and our collective efforts securing boxing place in the Olympic movement forever. Thank you for your attention. I humbly request your vote and support as we embark united on this journey. Thank you.
Well done, thank you. Yeah. Question.
Is there any question? I guess it was clear. Thank you again.
Well done, Elise.
Oh, here you go. Yes, Steve.
Elise, you'll be aware that it was a long, hard and difficult battle that we fought against the IBA, and you'll know that it took its toll on a few of us. I just wonder, when countries started pulling away, Elise, and they made a decision, we must leave the IBA. We will take the risk. We will leave the IBA. For good or bad, we will do it. What did you do during this time, Elise?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Steve. I appreciate it. So, personally, I never brag about what I do. I just do it. Because at the end of the day, it's not about me. It's not about the person. It's about the sport of boxing and the boxers. For 10 months, when I was elected in 2022 in Turkey by most of you in this room, I fought the good fight from inside because I was here to represent you and your boxers. I was here to defend you and your boxers. I went into those boardrooms every single time by myself, taking the punches for all of us to try to have the opportunity to create a better organization. On the sideline, by having that experience, I gathered an invaluable amount of experience because I know what not to do. I bring that to the table. I know what we need to respect and what we need not to do to gain the IOC recognition. And on the side, I was always available for any single World Boxing member for advice and input where I could actually benefit. I've been part of the process, I just never spoke about it because I believe in contributing and not in bragging about it. Any more questions? Yes.
Just introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you so much. Only one question. I think we are all together here because the main goals are the same and there are not much difference between you and Boris and all the others. But you know Boris, I think, and you know his papers and how he think, and you know how you think, I think. There are differences in the way, you would say, from today, or it's the same. What is the difference for all the federations, take Boris or take you? What do you think?
So I think when you consider my candidacy for president, it's not just me. It's a team of means available to develop world boxing. It's a strong support of a strong national federation, strong support of a National Olympic Committee that has a huge amount of weight within the IOC, which allows better communication, better understanding, and better interactions. We have a plan. It is to get the IOC recognition. This is the key to unlock the lock for boxing. That key needs to be grabbed and used, and we need to actually use every opportunity possible. Thank you. Any other question? I think we're good. Thank you. Oh.
Hello. I have one question.
Absolutely.
What is your first step to get the recognition from the IOC? What are you going to do when you get voted today?
Okay. So when I actually built my program and reviewed it with the team and National Federation, because again, this is a joint effort. This is not a one-person journey. I took the IOC letter that outlines every single step that you need to feel in order to be recognized. Every single items have been translated into actionable item in the 4 corners that I outlined before. So you have to start the dialogue. The dialogue is actually happening in different phases. You start a dialogue, then you initiate, then you submit what you need to submit. There are various aspects that you need to feel in order to get that recognition that encompasses creating confederation, that encompasses establishing your committees, that encompasses proving your good governance because you're actually following the rules, doing it, not just having them, by having financial transparency and stability. So those are the immediate that we cannot pass to do. You're welcome.
Next Next up to the stage, I welcome Boris as the other presidential candidate.
It's just you just start. You don't have a presentation yet. It's just the video.
I think so. Thank you for your presentation, Elise. Dear Secretary General, dear fellow candidates, delegates and guests of this historic Congress, I can't describe with the most beautiful words in English or even in Dutch how happy I am to see you all here. For years we have worked together to keep boxing in the Olympic Games. We really had to fight for a positive change in our sport. That wasn't easy. Our national federations faced many difficulties and many of us suffered personally too. Even our boxers, coaches and officials were targeted by the leadership of the former International Federation. But here we are today in Frankfurt, and we should be very proud of what we have achieved. I'm proud and I'm grateful for walking this road with you, like-minded boxing leaders. Last year, we took the next necessary step to achieve a clean break for our sport. We founded and registered World Boxing with many of you witnesses. Less than a year passed from that date, and we have already built a solid governance foundation. We stage our own competitions. We have 27 responsible member national federations from all continents working closely together to make World Boxing a leading international federation. World Boxing has more members today than FIBA in 1920 when it was formed, and more than IBA in 1946 when it replaced FIBA. Boxing history changes its course today, again in Frankfurt, and you are all the creators of this positive change. So as a boxing fan and as your partner, I thank you for this. As a presidential candidate, I've shared my manifesto with you. It presents a consistent vision and a plan. I stay true to the same values for years. Together with a dedicated and professional interim executive board and the steering committee of World Boxing, a dream team, we have done a lot in the course of 2023. We clearly showed to the sports world that our organization is responsible and capable growing up in boxing governance, despite our young age. All members of the committees and commissions contributed immensely too. They worked hard. In 2024, we will continue building up the trust of boxers and coaches, the trust of our potential partners. We have to stage our first World Boxing Championships and prove that we can organize competitions of the highest caliber. We have to prove we can manage our technical officials and ensure a fair fight. May the best boxer win. With a reinforced team, we will do it. We will keep bringing our sport into a digital area, testing ways to make our sport more objective with the use of technology. We will also start paying more attention to recreational, disability and even e-boxing to make a positive impact on the society and expand our horizons. Together, we will keep working on financial sustainability of world boxing by generating and preserving additional revenue streams. We will continue shaping a new organizational culture. Together, we will fulfill the requirements for professional recognition set by the IOC, and we will secure boxing for late 2028 and further. Friends, today I'm more positive than ever before, and I'm absolutely confident that we will be successful. This is because I know that we all share the same goal, and we are fighting for our common cause. I'm confident because the Interim Executive Board and the committees I have already prepared and drafted a strategic plan with goals, objectives and key performance indicators to monitor the performance of World Boxing's leadership. Let us finalize it together as soon as possible after this Congress and continue our steady growth and development. I am now absolutely sure that we're on the right track to keep boxing at the heart of the Olympic movement. We need to stay determined, trust one another, and keep working together through any challenges that will come. Friends, I kindly ask you for your continued support. Let's finish what we have started together. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Yes. Steve.
In order to be fair, I'm going to ask you the same question, Boris. During the start, the troubled times we had and how we fought, what did you do during this period?
Yeah, what can I say? We worked hard. We tried to steer IBA in the right direction, in the Olympic pathway, by asking questions. And when the discussions were not very successful, we tried to change the leadership within IBA. And afterwards, when there were so many horrible decisions, and when the leadership was that bad within IBA, we started World Boxing, and we established it in the end of last year. And from then, we worked very hard within the steering committee and other commissions to set the foundation, to prepare everything as is presented today. Okay. Simon asked me to ask you if you have any other questions. No? Thank you all.
Just before we move on to the Vice Presidents, Elise, you are happy with the conditions that you had there and the opportunity that you've had? Everything is okay? Just are you happy that you had the right amount of time and you were able to present your case properly as President? Yep. Good. Thank you very much. Boris, are you happy that you had been able to present properly to the Congress before your election? Are you happy with the conditions that you had?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to the Vice Presidents. And basically, Thomas Janko is not here. We don't have a presentation from him, unfortunately, but he is in the election. The next one is Dinah, so you can go up to the podium, and you have 5 minutes to present.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to be here today and to be able to present to you all. My name is Dinah Glykidis, and I am campaigning as Vice President. I do come from a land down under in Australia with a diverse heritage, that of Australian, Greek, Fijian, Indian. I have been working in sport for the past 18 years across swimming and rugby league. I am currently a director on the Confederation of Australian Sport Board, and I am proud to be leading Boxing Australia as the CEO. I also have the honour to hold the position as a director on the World Boxing Executive Interim Board, working alongside a great team you see up here today. I believe that I can introduce a fresh and distinctive perspective to world boxing using my previous and current experience. During my time with Boxing Australia, I have spearheaded pivotal changes to elevate our sport in Australia, both in and out of the ring. This includes a comprehensive overhaul of our governance, policies, rules and regulations. Of particular importance, our approach to managing concussion, ensuring that the well-being of our boxers are at the forefront of key changes. Additionally, I've initiated the implementation of our National Integrity Framework across the sport to underscore our dedication to the sport's integrity and safety of all our participants. I'm currently working alongside key members of our Oceania region to ensure we continue to grow the participation of boxing within our region to expand to the world. The dedication of these key members, including Ted Tanner, Gary Moore, Steve Hartley, Keith Walker, have been instrumental over many decades as we continue working within our region. I believe such an amazing sport like boxing is now in a position to achieve great things. World boxing has the ability to continue and to protect the legacy that boxing has. Where my position as Vice President, I will strive to place the best interests of the sport at the forefront at all decision making. My vision for world boxing is summed up in 4 key areas. 1, advocating for the preservation of boxing's place at the Olympic program for future generations. 2, ensuring that we deliver integrity, transparency and fairness throughout all we do at world boxing. 3, ensuring that our focus and decision is athlete-centred and driven. And 4, developing structures and education for our coaches and officials.
Of the board, and thank you so much. Any questions?
Next candidate up is Ryan. Ryan, please come up to the podium.
Okay, I'll wait. It's truly an honor to be here this afternoon. My name is Ryan O'Shea. I'm the delegate from Boxing Canada. I'd like to start by thanking the World Boxing Interim Executive Board for their vision and leadership over the past year, leading to our historic and inaugural World Congress. Thank you so much. I'm incredibly honored to have the opportunity to present my vision for the future of world boxing and to express my sincere desire to contribute to the organization as a candidate for Vice President. As the current President of Boxing Canada, and with 3 decades of involvement in amateur boxing, I am firmly committed to advancing the ideals and principles that form the foundation of world boxing. My background and history in the sport has not only cultivated a deep-rooted passion for amateur boxing, but also equipped me with a detailed understanding of the challenges and opportunities we currently face as an organization. World boxing holds the crucial responsibility of placing the interests of the boxers at the organization's forefront, while also ensuring that boxing retains its pivotal role within the Olympic movement. The significance of prioritizing sporting integrity, governance, transparency, and financial management cannot be understated, especially when it comes to securing boxing's future as an Olympic sport. At the heart of my vision is an unwavering commitment to our boxers. Athletes are the lifeblood of our sport, and it is imperative that their interests are placed at the forefront of our organization. World boxing will serve as a sanctuary where boxers from all corners of the world can compete, thrive, and excel, secure in the knowledge that the integrity of the sport and fair competitions remain one of world boxing's key priorities. My commitments to the principles of governance, transparency, and financial prudence is unwavering. World boxing will stand as the preeminent example of principled leadership, and I am dedicated to upholding the organization's pledge to safeguard the future of our sports and our athletes worldwide. In summary, my candidacy for Vice President is driven by a profound belief in the potential of world boxing to usher in an era of positive change, camaraderie, and excellence. By adhering to the pillars of integrity, fairness, and athlete centricity, I am confident in my ability to contribute meaningfully to the realizations of world boxing's goals. Together, let us uphold the values that make our sport great and ensure its rightful place within the Olympic movement. Thank you for considering my vision, and good luck to all the candidates who have let their names stand for election this weekend. Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you so much.
Okay, Next presenter is Danny. Please, can you come to the podium?
Estimados compañeros, es un gusto.
Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to be here with all of you. I am Daniel Reyes. I am the president of our boxing federation, and it is a great honor for me that all of you and all of us want to support boxing as an Olympic sport. And we need good values for this, and we need a solid organization. And my vision for this organization is based on different pillars. For example, sports governance. Second, good financial administration. Third, strategic planning and risk management for safe sport and anti-doping. And 5, organized management. 6, policies, procedures, practices for federations. 7, training and certification programs for coaches and judges. 8, organization of sports events. 9, communication and information management. And 10, marketing and entrepreneurship. 11, digital organization. 12, to know about the Olympic programs. And 13, volunteering, management and planning. And now I'm going to talk briefly about my vision while you can read it on the slides. Today, we are about to start a new era with new leadership. We have to remember the mistakes that were made in the history of IBA, and we have to make sure that we don't repeat them. Today, there are many leaders who are like the best perfume. We have been selected and we are here. We are the best of the best. We are candidates who are going to make a difference in this sport. And there should be no division amongst us. We have to cooperate as a team. We have to commit to the interests of our athletes. Our athletes are the heart of world boxing, and they deserve our best services, the best opportunities, the best competitions, and a just and fair program. Therefore, they need our support in order to make use of their highest potential. World boxing means that a new era is going to start with leaders who respect the law and which support the excellence of our sport. Therefore, we need a solid foundation. We all have a very important role to play in this organization, and as colleagues, we have to cooperate and have to work towards transparency and mutual respect. We have to stand united, and we have to defend our common visions. Boxing should be an Olympic sport, and we should show other federations that we can organize good competitions with ethic values, and we can do this together, standing together, without divisions, without internal conflicts. And world boxing is going to reach heights which were unimaginable in the past. And this will depend on our individual and our collective actions. Whenever we speak about world boxing, we have to be respectful. Our athletes need a better future and need our support to reach it. World boxing is the beginning of a new era, and we want to make progress with high values and standards. Together we can reach great goals, and therefore I would like to ask you for your support as a candidate for Vice Presidency of World Boxing.
¿Alguna pregunta?
Do you have any questions?
The last candidate for the Vice President's Pax, if you would like to come up to the podium.
Dear boxing friends, it's an honor to be here today, and it's a very emotional day for me. I will get back to that. You heard that Simon called me Pax. That's not what it says up there. My name is Per-Axel Sjöholm, but everybody calls me Pax. And some of you know that Pax in Latin means peace. And perhaps that's quite a strange word for a boxer who boxed for 20 years, who was a trainer or coach for more than 40 years, and have been the vice president of the Swedish Boxing Federation, the president of the Swedish Boxing Federation. But still, I'm honored that you are calling me Pax. So if you want peace in world boxing, you know what to do. Well, a little bit short about myself. As I've been in boxing for more than 60 years, as I told you about my boxing career, was not a good one, but I still was there for 20 years. And I know what boxers need. I know what coaches need. I know what RNGs needs. Because boxing is about the one in the ring and around the ring. It's all about us. So I'm so certain that we have to do everything to put the boxers' interest in front of us all. We have to look at the interest of the boxers, fair play on the field of play, fair play and field of play. And we have to be very, very open with the voting and the judging system. And that's what we're working on. I had an honorable thing to be on the Marketing and Commercial Commission, and we were working with just these questions. It was a pleasure to bring Sting to us. That's a good start. I also have something around my own kind of work. I'm on the town council where I come from in the southern part of Sweden. I'm a judge in the Swedish court system. I've been working with the Swedish government as a lobbyist. I've been working with the Overhead Sports Federation as a lobbyist. So I know what we have to do. I know how to contact the real persons that we need to contact. But the most important thing is all about you here today, because it's not just about a few of us, it's all about us. Because we have to take care of all the different kind of skills that we have. It's not one president, it's just not one board, it's not the vice president, it's not the commissions, it's all about ourselves. We have to be honest with each other, take care of each other, keep peace in this organization, and look at ourselves and say, what can we do for this organization to stay true and strong? So, with those words, I would like to thank some of the people here today, three people who meant a lot to me during this journey. Mike McAtee, stand up, please. Steve Hartley, stand up, please. Boris van der Vorst, please stand up. Now you keep on standing up, all of you. Mike, you have to, Steve, stand up. Because we were the 4 that were disqualified at the Congress in Istanbul. We were the 4 that fought in cars and won against IBA. We were the 4 thanks to Stephen Hest, the lawyer who made it. We were threatened to our lives. We had bodyguards in Armenia and Yerevan, and we still stood there and paved the way. So, you know, we won't give in. We will keep working hard for world boxing. Thank you. Sure. If there's any question, I'm of course delighted to answer them. Thank you. Thank you.
That concludes the list of candidates for the vice presidents. I would just like to check with them again. Thomas is not here, so Dinah, are you okay with what you able to do? Marketa, Matt, Karen, Ryan, Danny, Pax. Great. Okay, thank you everybody. Okay, we actually can break for lunch. We've actually finished on time. I suggest that we reconvene at 2 o'clock, so it's a long lunch. You've got plenty of time to chat with everybody and relax. We come back at 2 o'clock on the dot. We start with the elections, okay? And I will give the rules and regulations for that at the first presentation. But please enjoy your lunch. It's going to be served over here, but you have a good an hour and 20 minutes to relax. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you've had a nice lunch. It is time for the main event, and we will proceed with the elections of the Inaugural Congress. And I will just give a small presentation of the rules and regulations and how we will proceed, and then we'll go straight into the elections, starting with the President. Okay, we've done really well this morning. We are all familiar with the voting devices now, so I'm not going to have to go through that. And thank you for your compliance with using the devices. It seems to be very, very useful, so thank you. Each full member is allowed 1 or 2 weighted votes, and this is as per the statutes, Article 11.9. The conditions are full members receive 1 vote. Those that had boxers at the Tokyo Olympic Games would have got the 2nd vote. Okay? Congresses from now on will have a 3rd vote, which is for the national federations that have been at this Congress will gain an extra vote. So you'll have 2 or 3 votes, okay? But that applies for the next Congress, not for today. Only a voting delegate can vote, and they're the ones that is written on and given to us previous to this meeting, but I think that is no problem. I think everybody is doing that. We have 25 countries. Karen, can we do 1 practice vote before we do the actual presidential vote, please? Have you got it? Okay, sorry for that introduction, pause. We're just going to have a quick vote, a practice vote, to make sure all 25 people are in the room. There are 25 eligible voting nations, plus, as you know, Great Britain doesn't have the right to vote, plus US Virgin Islands is not here. So, just the original name of Frankfurt is Frankfurt. Please vote yes, no, or abstain now. Thank you. Great. Looks like everybody's still functioning. Thank you very much. Okay, the next time you vote will be for the president election. It's coming, yeah. As I've been doing, there'll be an announcement of when open the vote and close the vote. We will do it slowly and systematically. Okay. There are going to be 4 groups of elections: the president election, the vice presidents, then the executive board, and then the 3 committee chairs. For the president voting procedure, it will be elected on 50% of the votes plus 1. Okay, so that's 22 votes. Sorry. 15, sorry. 22 votes. Yeah, 22 votes. It will be the majority threshold for the president. If there is a tie between the 2 candidates, then there will be a re-vote for a 2nd round to see if we can break the tie. For the vice president, it is not a simple majority of 50%. and plus one, it is actually the candidates that have the highest number of votes, okay? If there is no other gender, so if 3 men, for example, get the 3 positions, and there is no, if all the 4 positions are the same gender, then the lowest person in the vice president will be removed, and the highest voted polled person in the other gender will replace the 4th position. Okay. For the executive board, it's very similar. So basically, for the executive board, it's 4 positions, and at least one of them must be of the other gender. So if they're all of the same gender, all 4 people, the 4th one will be removed and replaced with the highest voting of the other gender. If there is a tie in those positions, we will run off those 2 places that are tied and nobody else. Then back to the committee chairs, it's actually 50% plus 1 again, and so you must reach that threshold to actually be to win the election for those 3 positions. So that's sports and competition chair, the medical anti-doping chair, and the finance and audit chair position. If there is a tie, which could happen in one of the elections for the chairs, what will happen there is everybody stays in the next round, but the person with the lowest voted number will be removed, and we will redo the vote with the other candidates until we get a winner with 50% plus 1. Now, conduct. In the room, we have guests and we have some media. Generally, we would not allow those people to be in the room for the election because of potential manipulation. But in this case, everyone behaved really well this morning, so we are allowing those people to stay in their seats and they can observe the elections, okay? We ask you not to approach the seats of the voting members. If somebody approaches the voting members, I will need to stop the election and deal with that person individually. So please stay seated while we do the elections, okay? Now, electronic devices and mobile phones are absolutely forbidden to be used during the elections, okay? You don't need them, you don't need to contact anybody, so please put them in your pocket or away from the table or away from you. Computers, mobile phones, iPads, everything, please turn them off, put them away. If somebody is found to be using a device, you will be asked to leave the room, and unfortunately it might mean we have to clear the guests and the media as well if it seems to be a problem, okay? The whole point for this is we want everybody to be treated exactly the same and be clear of any manipulation or problems during the voting. Are there any questions of the information I've given you so far? Clear? Everybody seems to be quite clear about that? Great. Okay. So we can go to the presidential election. If you turn that screen to the, yeah, thank you. We have 2 candidates, Elise Seniol and Boris van der Vost, and abstain. These are the 3 votes that you can actually do. So please elect one of the following candidates as president. The voting is now open. The voting is now closed. I am happy to report that we have a majority. I would like to announce that Boris van der Vorst is serving. Okay. We now move on to the Vice President election. Okay, so we have 8 candidates here for 3 positions. Okay. Tomasianka Batista, Dina Glakadis, Marketa Wojcicka Handalova, Matt Holt, Karen Matson, Ryan O'Shea, Danny Reyes, and Per Axel Schlom, and abstention. So you have 9 possible voting positions. Okay. You must elect 3 candidates. I now open the vote. You are able to vote. Okay, we can close the vote. Can I just... Yeah, can you scroll to the second page for me, please? It's good? Okay. Okay, so we have also, in this situation, we have 3 clear winners for the positions. They are Ryan O'Shea from Canada, Matt Holt, and Dina Glakadis. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Okay, we'll move on to the next election. Just to say, all the results for the elections will be provided at the end of the Congress, and you can see all the actual finishing positions for each candidate. Okay, can we move on to the executive board, please, so I can see the. Okay, yeah. So we just, if you just bear with us a minute, because some people are actually in this election that have just been elected, so we need to scratch them off the ballot paper, and then we'll redo the ballot papers. Just bear with us for a couple of minutes, please. Okay, so we can start the vote for the executive board members. Here we have to elect 4. And you have Marcos Candido de Barrito from Brazil, Thomas Yanka Baptista from Panama, Philip Godes from Australia, Marketa Roshaka Handlova from Czech Republic, Suzanne Carlander from Sweden, Michael Muller from Germany, Danny Reyes from Honduras, Per Axel Shalom from Sweden, and Victoria Vargas from Philippines. An abstention. So we have 10 possible choices, but you must elect 4. I now ask you to start voting. Okay, Karen, there's a couple of people saying that it's not working on the device, but we're showing all 25 votes. I think it's Argentina and Sweden and Australia. Oh, okay. Okay, let's stop the vote. Stop the vote. Okay, we're going to restart. Okay. Okay. Is your machine now showing that it's ready? No. Okay. No, don't vote, guys. Is it showing green on the no? Okay. Right. Okay. Are you ready, Karen? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So everybody okay now? Yeah, can we put the names up, please, on the screen so the voters can see who they're voting for? Thank you. Everybody okay? We can proceed? Okay. Then I allow you to start voting now. Okay. Karen, this row here has a problem with their devices. Oh, no, it's almost half the room. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Karen is just checking something with the system. Just bear with us. Okay. I've been assured now that the problem should be fixed. Should we try again, third time? Okay. Can we start again? Yeah, thank you, Karen. Okay, we'll start the vote again. You are now open to vote. Okay. Everybody okay? No one's got any problems? Thank you. We can close the vote. Okay, yeah, close the vote and then we can announce the results. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we have the results. So first of all, elected is Michael Muller from Germany, Victoria Vargas from Philippines, Susana Carlanda from Sweden, and Marcos Candido de Brito from Brazil. Michael. Okay, we move on to the committee chairs. The first one that we will do is the position for Sport and Competition Committee Chair. We have two candidates, Wayne Rose from Australia and Hernan Salvo from Argentina. You can vote for abstain as well. So I open the voting now. We can close the vote. I'm happy to say we have a winner. Hernan Salvo from Argentina will become the new chair. The next election is the chair of Medical and Anti-Doping Committee. We have 6 candidates. Dr. Angelika Fischer from Germany, Dr. Mike Loosemore from Great Britain, David McDonough from Norway, Dr. Armando Sanchez from the USA, Dr. Peter Stickler from Australia, and Dr. Kain Tren from Canada, and abstention. I open the vote now. We close the vote. Okay, if I'm right, then we have no majority for this election. So basically, the lowest voted person will actually be removed, and unfortunately, we have a tie in that position. So we are going to, because there's 4 other candidates in this election, I think it's only fair that both those people, because they both recorded 0 votes, so we will remove both of them. So unfortunately, Dr. Peter Stickler and Dr. Kain Trin will be removed from the next vote, and we'll vote for the other 4 positions. We'll just need a few moments for the voting people to redo to do the election. Next one. Okay, so this is the second round of the vote for the Medical Anti-Doping Committee Chair. We have 4 candidates, Dr. Angelika Fischer from Germany, Dr. Mike Loosemore from Great Britain, David McDonough from Norway, and Dr. Armando Sanchez from the USA, and abstain. The vote is now open. Close the vote. We go to another round. We don't have a clear winner of 50% plus one, so we will remove the lowest candidate, and it's Dr. Angelika Fischer. She only polled 2, so she will be removed, and we will have 3 in the next round. Please bear with us while we prepare the next vote. Okay. Okay, so we're down to 3 candidates for the Medical Anti-Doping Committee Chair. Dr. Mike Loosemore from Great Britain, David McDonough from Norway, and Dr. Armando Sanchez from USA. An abstention. You can start voting now. It looks like we're missing 1 vote. Is there someone having a problem, or? Sorry, Richard, do you have a problem? Okay. England's device is still showing green, Karen. It's okay. Yeah, it's worked. Thank you. So the vote is now closed. Okay, we still don't have a majority. Okay, I'm not going to show the results because we haven't done that previously on this one. So I'm going to carry on doing the same. So in this case, Dr. Mike Loosemore is removed. He received 9 votes. Okay, so we're down to 2 candidates for the final round of voting. Please give us a few minutes while we prepare the next vote. Okay, 4th and final vote. Okay, Medical Anti-Doping Committee Chair, David McDonough from Norway, and Dr. Armando Sanchez from the USA, an abstention. Please vote now. We can close the vote. I'm happy to report we have a result, and it is Dr. Armando Sanchez from the USA becomes the chair for the commission. You can show the... Okay, we have one more election to do, which is the chair of the Finance and Audit Committee. We only have 1 candidate for this position, and it's Julie Felton from Australia, or abstain. So please elect one of the following candidates as the Audit and Finance Committee Chair now. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. And Julie is elected. Thank you very much to Julie, and congratulations to everybody that won, and commiserations and thank you for everybody with fair elections. Thank you very much, everybody. Very successful and very expedient decision making. I would like to now pass the floor to the new president of World Boxing, Mr. Boris van der Vorst. Those people that have been elected, could you please come up to the stage? You are now the executive board members, so please, those that have been elected and they're in the room, please come and sit to the top of the stage. Susanna, Ryan, Michael.
I'll congratulate you later. I'll congratulate you later.
We do have to boost them after the speech. Yeah, yeah.
No problem.
And the chairpersons as well.
Yeah.
So, we have a whole new dream team. Welcome. Dear delegates of national federations, my dear boxing friends, I'm deeply honored by your trust, and I'm humbled to receive the votes of this incredible group of boxing leaders, like-minded boxing leaders. I also recognize and respect and thank Elise for the civilized and democratic campaign. It's very clear that we all share values and goals. Developing world boxing into a trusted partner for our boxers, a respected partner to our national federations and to all Olympic movement stakeholders is our common cause. I look forward also working with you, Elise, and with your incredible team, with Mike, Chris, and the others. I think it's also important that the National Federation that gave your votes to you, we still have to continue working with each other. It's important. We have to show unity. I would like to congratulate all elected vice presidents and board members. Happy to work with you too. I'm excited to work together as a close team. Yeah, dear friends, you have voted for honesty, respect, excellence, teamwork and inclusivity. Those were the key values of my campaign. This will be the foundation of my presidency, and I will keep promoting these values within our growing boxing family. But before we move on, I think it's also important to thank my family for the support. It is happy to have them here too. You have heard them, I think. And without their support, it was not possible for me to spend so much time for boxing. So once again, thank you, and an applaud for my family there. Thank you very much. Also, thank you for the true inspirators that we have here. And Pax, you did a hell of a speech, of course, this afternoon. And you, Lars, Steve, Mike, you were the great inspirators. Many others, of course, also, but I want to mention you especially because it was you were the first warriors from the first hour, and I think we showed opposition and we stood our ground. So thank you for that, and also a big applause for the heroes from the first hour. As always, I'm ready to deploy my experience, and I'm ready to invest my time and effort. And I'm ready to do whatever it takes to ensure we all succeed together. I will work closely with all of you and will remain open to all others that would like to share our values, goals and our path. I wish all other candidates all the best in the upcoming election of board members. No, that was... I'm ready. So let's start, and I think we have lots of work ahead. I'm really looking forward to working together, and thank you all for the trust.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come towards the end of the Congress. Thank you for your support, your help, and it's been a pleasure to do this today. I have some notices before we wrap up. Okay, for the next Congress, we would like to try and schedule it with the Junior Worlds at the same time as Junior Worlds, but it's going to be a decision of the Executive Board, so we will take that to the next meeting and we'll come back with you with a notice for the next Congress in 2024. If anybody would like to apply or is interested to host, please contact me. I've already had one country ask me that and are willing to host. So, but if anybody is willing to, please come and see me at any point in the near future. Dinner tonight. There is a formal dinner tonight. If you meet in the Motel 1 lobby at 7:20 p.m., okay, the buses will leave to the restaurant at 7:30, okay, and they will return at around 11 p.m., okay? So, yeah, a night of celebration, I hope, with everybody. So I look forward to seeing everybody there. Finally, it's thank you time. Thank you to the translators in the booth. Thank you very much for doing the hard work. You've been on the stream and we've heard the translation, so thank you for the accuracy of that and pleasure. Karen, please stand up. We've worked many times together, but thank you very much, Karen, for doing the elections. To the volunteer scrutineers, thank you very much for making sure everything was okay. Thank you. I would like to thank the steering group, which hopefully will continue in some kind of guise, but thank you to Chris and to Dima, to Lee, to Matt, to Boris and to Mike particularly for the hard work and the guidance that you've given to us. To Tyson as well, thank you very much. Have I missed anybody? No, I think so. Thank you very much, steering group. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you. To the interim executive board for giving your time, valuable time and assistance and giving us the direction and trusting in what we were doing. Thank you to you guys. And two people, thank you. I've got one more thank you to do, but the main one is everybody in this room. Thank you for contributing to a historical moment. What we've done here is set ourselves a future for world boxing and for the future of Olympic boxing. So thank you very much for everybody that's contributed today. Winners, losers, whatever, thank you very much. Now, Patrick, Nick, if you're in the room, Michael, can you come here, please? I just want to say thank you. Come here, Michael. Patrick, so these three are basically the people that have managed to put this Congress on at quite short notice, and the reason it's gone so smoothly is because of these three people and the work they've put in. They've dedicated themselves for quite a long period of time. With me, we worked absolutely all day, every day at night to do this. Please come here, guys. So I have some Swiss chocolates that I'd like to say thank you with them for. Guys, there you go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sam, pleasure. Thank you. Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One word. Yes. Hello, everybody. I want to say all of you, thank you very much that you come to Frankfurt. We start together this incredible day. And first of all, I want to thank you very much for my team. This is only 3, not enough for such Congress. I have many more, and thank you very much for my team that we can offer you this Congress is a another style as a big super congress, but I think the most important issues runs very well, and this is from our side, or from my side, the important issue. This is a sportive congress, not so viel laxers and pomp and circumstances, and I think this is the right way for our organization, that we invest all what we have, first of all, in fair results of our athletes in the highest competition. Thank you very much.
So we come to close the assembly. Now, if I could have 2 people from each country to come up here, and we're going to take a photograph of every single federation that is here and the executive board. If you come up here, we'll change the backdrop, and if you could come onto the stage and we take a picture, a formal picture for everybody. And by the way, the Congress is closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything.